Yeah, there's Jim. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Okay. Huh? All right, Thomas, thank you so much for that. What's going on, everybody? Now, earlier I was live on some other platforms, guys, and I'm pretty sure most of you are pretty much aware of that. But thank you so much for that, by the way, guys, for anything. So today we're gonna do something a little different. We're gonna do some forest this time. We're not gonna be doing it on a mobile. All right, we're gonna be actually doing this on a desktop. That's what's gonna be even interesting about this, guys. We're actually gonna be doing this on a desktop. So this is gonna be a whole new thing for me. So yeah, definitely. I'm pretty excited about it. So hopefully you guys sit back, relax, enjoy. We're gonna make this a pretty short session. We're probably looking at about, give or take, you know, I want to say not too long, guys. You know, not too long. Oh gosh, yo, the sensitivity. Oh dear jeez. Oh man, this game feels different now on the mouse and keyboard here, guys. Definitely feels different. I'm probably I'm jumping frames. What the heck? I'm gonna get an 80. No, I should probably switch to a good controller's actually plugged in. Perfect. Only because I've been playing this on the controller the whole time. I'm just gonna stick to the controller just to make matters much more simpler here, guys. Okay, so gosh, 4 hours, right? 4 hours. Jeez, I'm losing my voice. What's wrong with me here? All right, Jay. Let's continue on where we left off, dude. I hope we're gonna be okay, man. I forgot how to play. It actually runs pretty nice. It actually looks really cool on here. Thank you, Thomas. Uh-huh. All right. Wait, where did Jay go? Jay? J13. The hell did Jay go? Jay? This button's a jump? It's so weird. Did we lose Jay? It put you in the cave? What? How did it put you in the cave? The replaying Clash Royale? Uh-oh, what did you do now, Thomas? What did you do now? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Guys, seriously? I might have to get back into some Xbox gaming here soon, guys. Up for now? Why not? Oh. I need to see it? I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to check it out, Magic. I'll check it out, bro. Don't worry. I surely will check it out. Was this something good? Damn, Jason, you're in a cave. Alright, so I gotta stay alive? Oh, man. How do I... Oh. This is my survival guide. My lighter. Jay, do you hear me? J13, do you copy? Chicks to J. Over. This is Code Trix reading the K Code 13, J13. Do you copy? How do I talk? Copy that. Over. I don't get it. It's not working. The giant skeleton is my favorite clash. Dude, he is amazing, bro. The tower damage on that thing is insane. It is insane. Lulu, welcome back. How are you? Mm-hmm. Oh no! How's everybody doing here today? Thomas, you should remember Lulu, right? Everybody, welcome to everybody. Welcome everybody back. Old time over. See you guys. Mm-hmm. Aw. By the way, Jay, thank you for that resub, bro. 22 months, bro. 2 more months for 2 years, man. That's good, Lulu. I'm glad you got everything figured out. All right, Jay, we're gonna have to meet up, bro. We're really gonna have to meet up, guys. So we lost J13, right? J13 is somewhere out there in the middle of nowhere, where we have no idea, in the big giant mountains of ice. I need to go down south where it's more warm. Being up here is not the way to do it. GG, yes, constant. Hey, guys, man, the good times we had. Remember the TGS crew? Mm-hmm. Oh, Thomas, you picking on anybody? Mm-hmm. Yo, JXGG, don't worry. You are more than welcome to lurk. Trust me. I'm already lurking on your channel. I'm already there. I got you, bro. And you're very welcome. Oh my god! What? You guys are freaking me out. No, seriously, Jay, where'd you go, bro? My mic's not working in game. Uh-oh. Oh, the wind is coming strong? Oh, I think we're in big trouble. Why is my character so thirsty already? Is that a red cardinal? Oh. Copy at 1099. This is Trixzbot J13G, and do you copy? But you know what, though? You know what, guys? Hold on. Not even lying to you guys. Let me finish my snack, and I'm about to get the webcam on. Check my settings in game. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Um.
You're fired!
Um. Uh. Um. I mean, I just hold this open. You should be able to hear me, right, Jay? That's so weird. I don't know. Thank you, Ice God, by the way. Mm-hmm. You gonna do more games than just Madden? Hey, but you know what, though? JXGG, there's so many things you could do. One, you could just play the same game every single day, build a community off that game, and just focus on that game. Sometimes playing what you love and enjoy is not always the best thing to do. Sometimes you gotta find something that's gonna be something you're interested. You've been fired? Oh no. Yeah, it might be you, bro. I'm just gonna go on Discord. Hold on. Oh, there he is. Oh yeah.
Can you hear?
Ah, forget it, bro. Yeah, mic issues in GTA now. This game.
I know.
I think it might just be your microphone. What are you using?
A headset microphone.
Oh, for like a phone?
No, it's just like a headset.
All right, let me finish my rice here real quick. I got a couple more bites and then I'll be done.
It worked last time, too. That's what's weird. We played this last time on mobile.
Yeah, I heard you on mobile and not on my computer.
Makes no sense.
Wow.
Remember that cave that we went to? It spawned me there.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Oh, that happened.
I have no clue.
How am I going to do this?
I'm heading back to the area now.
I mean, I'm about to leave this area anyway.
I gotta get some food. Do you have any food?
Honestly, bro, I feel like I forgot how to play this game. You got to bear with me. I have to check my inventory. What I have. And take it from there. Holy mackerel, what is that by me? Holy dear geez, Jim, you can't do that.
I scared you.
You don't do that, bro.
They were still saying close
Oh
to me
my
too, so-
god. Okay, anyway, honestly, bro, the game kind of looks the same, but I had to remember this was what, 2014? Trix's eating every time I come here. I'm not eating all the time, Thomas. Not all the time. But thank you, Ice Guy. Appreciate the help, bro. You know what? We're just going to use Discord because it just doesn't work. All right, so first of all, I am thirsty, okay? My character is about to dehydrate. Oh, man.
I'm thirsty, hungry, I'm everything. I even lost health somehow too.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, me too, bro. Me too. Hold on. First of all, let me check my inventory here. All right, so I got bones, and oh, how do I drop things?
How is it dropping? I know there's a key for it.
I know. I could have. I dropped things before. I feel so weird that I'm still using a controller. But the thing is, I'm so used to it.
Yeah, on controller or on keyboard it's G, but I don't know what it's on controller. There's a keybind for it though.
It is. Okay, so if I... But, okay, how do I equip this? Hmm. Hmm. Damn, Jay, your foot. You look like you're about to stab the pit there. The pit fire.
Just kill a bird.
I don't know, bro. I thought I was gonna get more FPS in this game. I guess not. So I average 85 to like 105. That's a big jump.
That is.
But this is a survival open world game, so a lot of these games are rendering so many things at once. This is not like top of the line graphics, but it does have to register each item.
Mm-hmm.
So games like this, like Ark is a good example for that. Ark, where you would lag, like that game don't even care how beastie your computer is, you're gonna lag. They just don't care. They're like, no, you can have 4 RTX 2080s in your deck, and it's not gonna matter. I like when the birds go in our hand. All right, first of all, we need to eat, drink, dude. Oh God, Jim 13's on fire. Oh yes, he's on fire. Mm-hmm. Damn, Jim. Jim, I know you're trying to start the fire and all, but geez. All right, so what's with these yellow hammer sign symbols we're seeing here? Oh, that's because we were building. What the hell were we building?
So, got us another bird, so this will be yours.
All right, first of all, I tried mouse and keyboard, bro, and this sensitivity is way too high.
It is.
Dang. Bro, why do we freeze so fast?
Because it's cold.
I forgot how to take out a weapon. Dude, what the? How do I take out a weapon?
You had to go to your inventory.
Oh, I gotta manually grab it? That makes sense. Oh, now I get it. Oh.
And that food is yours on the...
Oh, you already cooked?
Yep.
All right, we need to, let's get out of this code area, because this code area is dangerous.
It is.
All right, oh, now it's nighttime. Oh, great. Even worse. Oh, maybe now I can actually see. Oh, you know what? I found out that there was something in the settings, by the way. Options, gameplay? No, display. You have cave and night brightness, and then whirl and day. The hell? Did it just change on its own? No, wait a second. I don't get it. I think it automatically adjusts. Yeah. Huh. It's interesting.
Yeah, I've seen that earlier too. Like, oh, they got brightness adjustments.
I can't believe Thomas is trying to fart on Lulu. Like, oh, holy dear jeez! What the hell is that? Dude, it's got like 4 legs. Is it leg day today? I didn't know it was leg day today. Jay, what the? Jay, see, this is what happens when I play games with you, bro. You be summoning these. Look at this.
We saw it before, I think. Oh.
Does Thomas still not have VIP? Yo, let that thing walk away, bro. But we're about to freeze too. Oh, gosh. How do I duck? Oh, I think it's coming back.
Oh, what?
Nope. It's far out there, so we're good. Oh, well, he sounded pretty angry. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like nighttime. All right, bro, let's go in the cabinet and let's go to sleep. First of all, I think we need to save it.
Yeah. Hurry up.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Freezing to death. I can't get to the doorway. You're blocking it.
Oh no, Thomas does have VIP. Okay, cool. Oh, why isn't it letting me sleep?
I That thing's still here.
Bro, it rips trees? Oh, he got that tree doing like a windmill or something.
What the?
I'm not even gonna ask, bro. But he took some logs down. We need a. Can we tame that thing?
I wish.
That thing ripped the tree down. God, man, why are we so cold? I don't know. I don't want to fight that thing and die, bro. Because then that's goodbye to our characters. Holy! Jim, that's all you, bro. Oh, he's on fire. Oh, we can check him out. Jim, there you go. Get him, Jim. Oh, my God. He destroys everything.
Nope. You can't find him. Holy cow. Don't find him.
Oh!
That thing is vicious.
Ooh, can I revive you?
Yeah.
Oh!
He don't kill you first. Uh-oh.
Stay alive, Jim. You still alive?
Yeah, it's quite halfway.
Shoot, man, that thing took me out, bro. I can't. That spear does what damage? Right there. Just does more damage. Oh, no, not. But the spear had more. Damn, dude, he's destroying everything. Look at him. I wonder if I can get you revived.
Yeah, I'm over halfway now before I die.
Oh! Okay, I just need to draw him out of there. What is he attacking? Does he not see me if I crouch? I don't think that matters. Run! Jim! Run, Jim! Jim, run! Like, it looks like you're like... Oh!
Wow.
Oh, dear jeez. Oh. Okay, did it like reset though?
Yeah, reset.
Thomas.
I had no stamina, so I'm running in slow motion.
Thomas, we don't have guns, bro. I think this thing can't see. I'm not sure.
It sure saw me.
Oh, you gotta crawl. He's still trying to hit you, bro. Run, Jim, run! Run for your life! Don't run to me. Run the other way. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that thing is. I think he can. Bro, he killed the fire. He broke everything, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave this area.
Bro, yeah, I want to kill this thing so bad. I know he's weak, but he's too strong. I'd rather stay alive. Let's get out of the cold.
Yeah, and I have no health, so...
What happened? I thought we went to sleep, though.
We did.
Now it's dark again? Why is it's always nighttime in this game? Oh, God. Watch the right.
Oh, man.
Oh. Wait, they're attacking each other? Oh, gosh. They see us. Jim, what are you doing? Are you standing? You're standing. Oh, I was about to say, you just attracted to one of them. Yep, he's coming for you.
He backed away.
The hell? Why am I... Oh, my God. I'm freezing, but I'm not even in the snow. There's too many ways to die in this game. Okay.
Yeah, there is.
Way too many, bro. Like, I get it. The whole survival function of it and all, but man, it's... Maybe this is where Escape from Tarkov got its, Yeah, see a flashlight down there. Yeah, and nighttime is still dark as hell. I can't see anything.
I even changed it.
You got this guy behind you, like following you, bro. We got to take him out. Oh, maybe he won't see us. I wonder if
And then we gotta watch out for the crocodiles when you go away from this area.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those things.
What the?
Get it?
Oh, I'm taking damage.
Yeah, they're Oh, what the? Oh, I okay. She's naked. I didn't know that. Is there a way to edit that? I don't know if that's allowed. My gem smacker. Yeah, brute. Man, bro. Oh my god, domestic violence. What are you doing?
She hit me first.
That is true. Careful, that big creature.
She dead yet?
Nope, she's still alive. You gotta finish her, bro. And we're freezing again. I'm gonna go down here. Did you? Yep, there you go. Just chop the body up, bro. Yeah. Yo, you know, I guess Modern Warfare. Oh gosh, what the? Chop it up, bro. Chop it up.
Ow, I need food bad.
Oh, am I dehydrated or cold? Bro, the big guy's coming too. Get the meat. Oh, maybe I can make a quick bonfire. How do I do this again? I forgot how to do this.
Okay. Was it a bee? There you
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, this is good for now. Oh, that thing is coming. Of course it's coming this way.
Yeah, it's seen the fire.
Wow. I mean, yep. Oh, maybe the fire will kill it.
I just fell down. Well, I just happened. I fell on the mountain.
I killed it, bro. What the hell is that? An iguana? Oh, bro, what the heck is this that we're looking at here? Can I carry this thing? I don't think we could eat this thing. Jim, you fell to the bottom? I think you're being chased.
I don't see anything.
Jim 13 is going tombstone or like an Undertaker. Wow. Okay, so I took out this demon. I think I've harvested like whatever, but that's it. Like they don't give us nothing else really to.
No food or nothing.
I don't know. Trying to chop the legs, but I don't know if it's working.
I'll just chop some of it.
Got the food. Probably all dried. Yeah. It's no good. What happened?
I chopped its head or horns off or something. Oh.
What the hell? It's got feet for hands? Oh, what the? No!
Oh, yeah, your stomach's, you kind of...
Gosh, guys. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something here. Yeah, I ate, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, I'm down, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna be next, I think.
Yeah, well, we get more health and drinks once we're down, which is good. How do we chop up the body and cook it? It won't let us cook it.
Yep, it won't let us cook it. I tried.
All right, so this is probably like demon, whatever meat. We're not allowed to eat demon meat. I don't know what this is. This is just like a trophy.
Yep, we can put it on like our little shelf. Whoa.
Oh, or that too, right? Tommy says you're fired. I think we're all fired. We need to retire. Yeah.
So we just have to run for it somewhere.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We're not freezing here, which is good. All right, let's look at the map. Where is it? No. Where the hell is the map at? Right here? No. Didn't we have a map? No.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
The heck did it go?
There was a bunch of guys just running across the field. There's a passenger manifest, that's all. Map. Where the heck is the map at?
Oh, do you have it?
I'm not seeing it.
Wait, what are you seeing on your side? Because on my side, I see something that said Coupon Air, and it shows the list of names.
Yeah, that's the manifest.
Oh. Oh, that's what you're. Oh yeah, I got 014. Oh gosh.
Click and the thing hits you. Look at this. Oh, what the? That's the people that we have to find.
So. Okay. All right. Let's figure this out. I sworn we had a map.
Yeah, we did at one time, but maybe because we died, we lost the map.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something. There's got to be something, but what? I think I did better playing on my phone in this game. What's wrong with me? I think it's got to be in the survival guide. Hold on.
The photo, feathers.
Build a signal. Never give up hope. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Set up defenses. Find a way to stay underwater longer. Find the missing plane passengers. Oh, there's a to-do list. Find Timmy. Yeah, we'll be here all day trying to do all that.
Yeah.
I guess we don't have a map. But the greenhouse would be back to where our spawn is. All right, I'm low on it. Yeah, we're gonna, yeah, bro, we're gonna have to feed.
Yeah, we gotta find something to feed on. He got away. What?
No! How do I miss that? That's it. I'm getting my spear out. I missed our only chance to eat, bro.
Oh, well, I just hit it and it didn't die.
Gotcha. I got one bird. No!
You don't want to live.
Oh my god. These birds land quite often though. I'm gonna go back to the campfire real quick and check the cook. Shoot. What's going on, Scornful? How are you?
Wow, he flew away as soon as I swung.
Yo, where the heck did we put the fire at though? I don't know where the fire burned out. The hell? Oh yeah, it's right here. Oh, I can relight it. Okay.
I'm just gonna run around swinging. Maybe I'll hit this.
Right. We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. We're like complete rookies at this game, but we're having fun. Yeah, that's. Did you get bird meat?
Nope, not yet. I'm still trying to get this bird.
Wow. Talking about the one that was on hand?
That black one?
Yeah.
That bird is fast. Okay, well, I guess I'll go for a different.
Okay.
I gotta make me a spear because I threw my spear earlier and I lost.
Got another bird.
I want to make a spear.
Seriously? Whatever. I try to jump. Bro, it's about to be nighttime again? Alright, we don't have time for anything. We gotta like... Spear is the best weapon. I like it. It's more... has a higher rate of like attack speed, I guess. Like that's why I like it.
And it's a longer distance attacks too.
Yeah.
Plus you can throw it.
Right. Let me that blue bird, bro. Come on. Come on, Jay. Let me down, bro. Wow. Man, so many birds.
I don't know.
Here's one for you.
There we go, I got another one too. Got two.
Yeah.
Wow, I missed that one.
Wow. Wait for them to land. Yeah, I've been noticing that's like the best time.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Did you need any more help?
Thomas, are you picking on Lulu again? Did the what?
I had to. We got incoming.
Oh, incoming from quite a bit too.
Oh no!
Oh.
He was rock. So,
Okay. Well, the rest of them don't look like they're really too attackful. Oh wow, he got aim.
yeah, he's throwing stuff.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bottom here with you. Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't think I feel like fighting right now. We're not really in the best health or anything like that.
Don't have much health, and we had no stamina.
Hey, what's gonna? Right now we're playing a game called Deforest. He's always picking on you. Oh. Oh yeah, we can't drink water from the water, can we?
This one you can't.
What's this for? Oh, wait, what's this?
You can drink.
Oh, you can't. Oh, don't we get sick or something?
It just gives that weird side effect. I don't know what it is. What's...
Oh, you're climbing?
Let's see what this thing is. Oh.
Oh, it's a little like, oh.
Good little hideout.
Oh, so we can make like a tree house and hide up high up in the air. Yeah, I noticed that every time you restart, the plane does restock. Yeah, I did notice that part. You never heard of it? I've heard of it by my moderator here. He's introduced the game to me, and we'll give it a try. Give it a try, see what this game's all about. I've heard about it for the longest time, just never played it, and it's actually not bad. Okay, well, let me climb down here real quick. Oh, wait, how do we? What the? Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, somebody down there?
Is there? Yep, there is.
Oh God. Let me guess, they're gonna break this, right? And then we're gonna fall.
I don't think they can. He ran away though. There was that fire guy too.
Hmm. Ooh, that was you moving. You scared me.
Got some food.
Oh yes. What is this? Oh well, I guess this explains what it is.
Gives us resources.
Oh yeah. 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 Oh whoa. These are the red ones. I don't remember. Are these safe to eat?
Let's find out. Nope.
Okay. Well, thanks for checking that out for me. How are we gonna get sick? Oh,
Try this.
dear gosh.
That's a bad one too.
Jump in the water?
Yeah, you're...
Holy shoot, crocodile by me. Oh, get out of the survival guide. Oh, dear gosh. That's right. That's right.
What I thought.
Yeah, we eating crocodile tonight?
Oh, you don't have no space for that?
Behind you, bro, behind you. Oh.
I got a bird in my hand. Get off my hand.
Oh. Did we get him? Yep, we got him. You don't have enough room for this stuff? Oh, gosh. Okay.
I'll take it.
Oh.
You can make all kinds of crocodile skins.
Yeah.
Really? Can't hit that, really?
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's all good. Mm. Oh yeah, I remember these buildings now. This is where we were before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, so there's blue ones. The blue one's safe?
Let's see. Balloons are safe, yep.
Okay. Oh, we got a suitcase here.
Okay, yellow ones are bad. Ooh,
Wow.
so only the blue ones are good, okay, so far. We got income.
So who what?
We got 3 incoming. Actually 4.
Well, we better get out of here. And bro, all this luggage, so this was a crash site.
Yeah, and we've already searched all this stuff for it. And they're coming towards us, these guys are.
Right. Oh my gosh. No, that's a good point. We do need to eat, bro. It just, man, everything just expires so fast in this game. I remember everything's still good. Oh god, what's attacking us? Oh.
Yep, we got like 3 or 4 of them. Do you want to go in that building? Hide in there?
Oh yeah, didn't we do that last time?
Yeah. We did that when it was raining. What the heck?
Holy shoot. Oh! Oh.
I could stab him through the wall, that's cool.
Hopefully we don't break the
Break the
He walks away. Oh, where does he think he going?
scaredy cat.
Oh, he got his backup. Called his backup. They're like, yeah, we'll go check it out. Yep.
Yeah, he's dead. The Master Chief is...
Good. Scornful said he did the Half-Life 2 pun. Hacks! Alright. Here you go, bro. It's time to eat up. Time for dinner. What was that? You built something?
Yep. So he cooked this guy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, it's time to eat, bro.
That thing is on fire.
Okay.
We do have some lizard to cook.
Man, bro, we got crocodile, we got human, we got... So far, they're still raw. This one's fresh. I got a couple of them that are edible.
Okay, you need food more than I do right now, so you can have that.
Okay. Oh, God!
Oh, no.
I can't grab the, Oh, now I can. Alright, I'm all full. Yeah, we gotta make you something to eat here real quick. Hold on, I got you, bro. Eat up, man. All you.
Yummy, a leg.
All you, man.
Toasty leg.
You know. Ooh! Ooh!
It's just dark again.
Ooh! Oh! Oh my God. Oh, I forgot to do some of my dynamic stretching today. I've been slacking. Oh man, I'm only getting 60 FPS. What? It's that fire, bro. I turn away, I get 100. Wow.
I need to look at the fire. What?
Okay, wait. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, don't forget to eat, bro. You got something ready to eat. Might be because I'm doing window mode. I might have to do full screen.
Yeah, I'm doing window mode. I'm getting 84 looking at the fire. Now I'm getting 100.
Yeah, it fluctuates way too much.
It's weird though, the fire is bigger and I'm getting 97 and 100. And you just said that yours was dropping at with the fire.
Oh, that's the tree. I was about to say, what the hell was that? Man, it's dark again.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm playing with the I'm playing with one of my mods right now. All we gotta do now is just get Lulu into PC gaming, and then we'll be all set. Right. Just can't believe how dark it is, man.
Oh, I know, and I even changed the settings too to for stuff. And yeah, I didn't do. I'm turning it all full. Turn the contrast up a little bit. See if that works. Nope, didn't change much at all.
Wow. Okay, so we're fed, we're thirst, we got inventory here, we got meat that's probably going to be spoiling soon, a lot of things are becoming edible, no longer fresh. We do have a to-do list, by the way.
Yeah, we need to probably start doing that. Well, you gotta get back to the main island, I think, to do all that stuff.
All right, so we got the so we got to find Timmy and set up the fences. So I don't get it.
The defenses is like around the, I think the plain area. We have to use the Molotov defense. Let's see, it's
Do I like PC gaming better than desktop? I mean Xbox. Well, here's the thing.
One of these has like.
I like both. Okay, I have nothing against Xbox. I think I'm not really a fanboy of a certain set platform. I'm a multi-gamer, so like I love PC games for certain games and for certain preferences. Now, if I'm gonna play games like, regardless of what the hell? Yeah, so I
do damage.
I think so. Yeah, I usually do like
I accidentally stabbed.
I do PC gaming and Xbox gaming.
Don't tab out when you have a weapon in your hand.
Eat it. I don't get it as well. It's okay. Don't worry.
Not a good idea.
So like games like these probably PC, right? I mean, these are probably not like famous console games. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I had a very long day, and my body's telling me time to go night soon. You know, but yeah, like certain games I play in PC, certain games I play on Xbox. Like I got friends who don't have PCs, so I play with them on Xbox sometimes. But to be all honest, I've been probably doing more mobile gaming and PC gaming, and then Xbox. So if I had to go in order and what I play games on the most, PC, cell phone, then Xbox. You know. Wait, what? What the heck? What the heck?
What are you talking about? You don't even play Xbox.
Yeah, I do. I do play Xbox. I'm playing Final Fantasy.
It's not on Xbox, so it's on your phone.
Yeah, it's on my phone, but it's still. Oh wait, there's a net on the other side of here. Why? What's this do? Huh? Rope added? Oh.
Oh, you got a rope. Nice.
Nighttime again?
Still is nighttime.
Oh my god.
Nighttime though.
All right. We had a to-do list. I'm trying to think. Explore waterfall cave.
We started doing that. That's the one where that big crazy monster that we got killed.
Oh yeah.
That like 8-armed octopus like looking.
Oh my gosh. That's true. That's true. All right, bro. I know we can't keep staying here till nightfall. All right, let me check out my I think we should probably go back to the beginning, bro. I think the enemies out here are hard, dude, to be honest. I don't think we're equipped for this. Like, what kind of log is this? Bro, what is that? Oh, we're not alone, bro.
Okay, what's that big thing?
It's going in the water. I'm hungry again. I just ate. It's got something.
Thing looks like it could hurt. One of those things is laughing like a hyena too.
Yeah, I don't trust it, bro.
And the water here is dangerous too, so you might want to avoid the water.
Right, right. There's something over here on the ground. Oh, I think that's one of... Oh, there's a couple of the luggage thingies. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Can we actually get out of this area?
I would think so. All right, we got to get out of here, guys. We got to figure this out big time. Figure out what we're going to be doing here. Oh my gosh. We're hungry. We need to find something to eat. I got like half of hungry meter left here. Um.
Yeah, in this water we gotta watch out for because alligators will just like pop out of there for no reason.
Yeah.
And yeah, that brightness change thing does not work at all.
The hell was that?
Yeah.
Oh, look in the sky, bro. Oh, wow. They were flying in like a perfect formation. And we both missed.
Oh. That thing did landed for like a second and a half, and it just like I'm out.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the hunger in this game is ridiculous. I never seen so many. Oh, I was gonna say I never seen anybody eat as much as we do. Somebody else.
Oh, what happened?
Who just killed all these weeds?
Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, what is this? Look at this.
Oh wow! What the heck is this?
There's something way at the bottom, too.
How did we get down there?
I have no idea. But it seems very dangerous from here. We might have to run and jump, maybe land in the middle. What do you think?
I don't know. That's gonna kill us if we land down there.
There's what?
If we jump down there, it's gonna probably kill us instantly.
Yeah, it's probably water down there, bro. Probably it'll catch you. I'm just joking. That's definitely a death trap. Look at all them rocks.
Yeah.
That looks like the little battle arena where the movie Conehead, when he had to battle the creature, remember?
And then how do you get back out of there?
Right. Okay. Jim, I feel like you're gonna fall by accident. Be careful.
I'm closer.
Alright, so our building... Man, this is a big circle. What is the point of this? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's kind of rare.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Uh-oh. He missed.
Take him out quick. There you go. Oh.
Push him into the hole.
Oh, look at the one behind you. He jumped. Well, he's got to go down. Push him down, Jim. Push him down. Get in the hole. Oh, another one behind you.
Holy cow. His booty was at my face.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm almost dead. I'm out of stamina. Jim, be careful.
Oh, missed him.
Good job. We got him both. Oh, there's a bird on him.
There's another one somewhere.
There is?
I just heard another squeal.
Oh my god, it was so close, bro.
Okay, guess not. Okay, we gotta make a fire now. We got a bunch of...
Let's get some tree branches real quick.
Okay, there he is. Okay, now I can see this hole bigger. Oh, there's like a fire pit right
Fire pit where?
in that big hole right in the middle.
True.
Looks like a fire pit. Uh-oh.
Whoa. Yeah, yep, we need to eat. Oh, shoot. We need to chop them up. I think it's too late.
Oh no.
No. Oh man. What happened?
Raining down. Oh man. That makes no sense. You can't cook them whole. That's dumb. See if we can find something.
What? All right, we got this, bro. We got this, man. Okay. The hell? What'd you do? What'd you build? What did you build?
Another fire pit.
All right, you know what? Maybe I'll try mouse and keyboard, but I gotta change the sensitivity because it's not high in the menu, but in game it is.
Yeah, it's really high.
Let's see controls. Okay, for sensitivity, is that gonna be my controller or my?
I don't know. You change this.
Still fast. Oh, we got an enemy.
We got a couple of them.
He's running away.
I need boots, so let's get them. I think it's 3 hits to.
Good job, Jim. Oh, another one. One behind you. 2 behind you. Oh, I'm out of stamina.
Holy cow, no.
Oh, they climb trees? What the?
One's on fire.
What the heck?
This one comes pre-cooked.
Oh, they jumped tree to tree.
Oh man. So
Yeah, you know, let's take them out one by one. Watch out behind you. Here they come, both of them. Wow, she just... What the...
it took. Got it out.
They got hot. Watch out behind you. Oh, he almost jumped off. What the hell are they doing?
Where'd he go?
Oh, behind you. Yeah, I'm low on health. Shoot. Did our pit fire go away?
Yeah, I think they broke it. I'm down. That's not fair how they get like 2 hits on us and we get 1.
I'm down now. Shoot, I got you on the revive though. Yeah, we die, bro. That's it. We lose everything. Oh, good job, bro. We gotta eat fast. Let me make a quick bonfire here, real quick.
So the other 2 just ran away. Okay, we got that guy, and we got... And it sucks too, we had food cooking on that.
Right. Kill 2 birds.
Just like food is here. Okay, that's cool.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty annoying, dog. You're absolutely right about that, though. Right. Oh, what the? What happened?
Trying to drop the leg on the fire and it just keeps missing. What the heck? No. Okay, well, I guess I'll drop him for use because these legs don't like me. What the heck? My legs keep flying. What the?
Yeah, I definitely see that.
I put him on the fire and it just flies away.
Probably because you're full.
I had him in my.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
When I drop them, they just like fly away.
No, not fly away.
What happened to the food?
I have no.
There's an arm over here too. Did I just drop my... I dropped my thing. Why? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's moldy.
No,
That's moldy.
no, it said it was edible. We're fine.
Oh, it looks moldy. It's all good.
He said you're pretty annoying? Nah, you're not annoying. You're fine. Oh, there you go. You ready to eat?
I think it was bad. Yeah, it was bad. They lied to you.
What? It was bad?
You need a hand with that?
Wow, Jim. I don't know. You never know. It might come in handy. Okay, we've been chilling at this campfire for quite a while. YJ have a hand? Oh, behind you, bro.
Oh. Get away from my.
Man, these guys just keep coming.
Wow, the tree just landed on me. I should be dead.
Oh, this guy, he's like hyper.
Get them, come on.
Huh? Can you go through a rock?
That rock, cool. It's strong, chicken. Huh? Wow, what a chicken.
Wow, he runs fast.
Wow, they don't attack unless they have a whole group of people, okay?
Wow. Oh, we're going the wrong way, bro. I think he's trying to lead us. Ooh.
He ran like a little chicken. Oh, we got another one. There's a random tail. Oh, we got a bunch of them.
All right, we got a couple tents over here.
Yeah, he lures you away so he can bring in other ones.
Behind you.
There's like 4 more. Oh, now they're coming towards us.
Hey, you don't stand a chance. Oh, behind you.
Oh,
Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. She almost killed me. Jay! Wow, okay. All right. That
oh no.
happened.
No. I tried to revive you and I died too.
Oh, no.
Well, at least we respawn, I think, at the ship, maybe.
Yeah. All right, probably gonna stick near the plane. That way. I mean, we got stuff, but it's not like stuff we can't get again. I don't know. The whole purpose is to. I mean, I could reload it.
$10 days, ooh.
What happened?
I think what you do is around here, so. Oh, so you're my character.
Huh?
Switch character with me. You're my character this time.
I am. The Walking Dead game. We did play one. Remember what was it called? It was Overkill, or something like that.
Walking Dead over.
Oh man, we died. All right. At least we got our base here. Okay. I forgot we gotta grab everything now. Oh shoot, my bad. All right, let's finish up this base. So add the fences. What do we need to do? Covered in blood.
We're bloody. They're worse it off in the water. Chop those trees.
Yeah. Oh, what happened there? What are you building?
What the heck was this? I have no clue. It was something that we had over here to build, so. Looks like a rack of some kind. Heard some squeak. Okay, so we need. Oh, we don't. Oh man, I lost all my stuff. No.
I know, right?
Okay, so defenses are the traps, like small traps, Molotov wire trap. We lost our string too, didn't we? Oh, we gotta go back and get our stuff.
I don't think it's gonna be there by the time we get there, bro.
Do one of these. Did you mute yourself on Discord?
Oh, I'm muted on Discord. I was wondering why. I'm like, what? Okay.
All I could do is hear you on the stream. There was like a 5-second delay. Or something.
Right. The hell are you building here?
It's a trap. That's what they're talking about. Defenses that we need.
Oh. Here comes somebody.
Okay, there's one trap built. Yeah, we need to get some rope because a lot of the traps need rope. Oh, is that gorilla just killed us? Let him kill. Come here. Oh, really? Okay, whatever. She ran away like a little chicken.
Well, that's not good. Alright, so this trap that you build, what the hell is it?
I think they hit this thing and then it like flings them. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Like a cat on front.
Oh, what the?
Oh no, you broke it.
No.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, that's how you do it. Okay. So it lands on him. Oh, okay. So that one needs rope, defensive spikes, spike wall.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, a houseboat. Cool. Most of these traps need rope.
Bro, we need to light up this area. We need to get a fence around it. We need to take down the trees, get better visibility. Just something, I don't know. But it doesn't say in particular like what type of defense to build.
Yeah, doesn't say. It does say there's defensive walls and stuff like that. Maybe that's what we're talking about.
Could be. Could be. Sun is good. Sun is good. Thank you so much for asking, guys. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Why am I singing that? All right, let's see.
I have no clue.
What? Oh no!
Just found some rocks. No, stone. You go worship the blood out W. It's tonight.
Yeah.
Ooh, bunny. How did that bunny just randomly die?
Oh, your fault, Jay.
Do you need any food?
Nah. Actually, pretty good. Surprisingly, I guess we don't get as hungry when we're near the base.
I guess not, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it's too dark now to go.
Everybody still playing Dead by Daylight? I heard they added something new. I don't know what it was. Was it a new hunter?
Yeah, new hunt. Another new. A chandelier with skulls. Wow, okay.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for those. Okay, so all right, so I'm thinking, okay, what if we like build like a ramp up, put our base like on top of the plane or something? I don't know. This was like the spawn area too.
I don't know if it'd be possible. It could, but I think we need to just build a bunch of walls around this whole area.
True, true. Oh,
Right now, I think we'd probably best head to bed and.
yeah, let's get daytime. I hate nighttime, man. I can't see nothing. It's too dark. I mean, I get it. Make it like make it feel like it becomes nighttime and it feels cool and all, but that's still.
Yeah, it's just even the changing the bright to max, it still does not do any difference.
Right, all right, we're gonna go ahead and.
I tried that; it didn't work.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, you two, and you have a great night. I know it's late, guys. I'll be getting off very soon. Just right now, I'm gonna do a little bit of this, and then once my body completely shuts down, I think that might be it for me. I'm gonna really try to stream tomorrow too, though. I'm gonna try in the evening, maybe, but definitely probably at night. All right, so we got our rest. Things are looking great. Stuff. We got a trap there. Yeah, I really want to know what they mean by defenses.
Yeah, should be more specific, I think.
Find teammate, find a way to stay underwater longer. Find a way into the sinkhole. Wait, what? Alright, set up the fences. We need to set up the fences. Oh, we're playing new characters now.
Yep, each time we die, we change characters.
All right, you did the dip fall trap.
Yep.
Then we had the rope string trap.
I think the one we need to probably work on is the one that says defenses, like defensive wall.
Oh yeah. You're right. Okay, and then we got wall spikes and walls, slip fence, wall spikes. Wait, what? Oh, that's both. And then that's it. Yeah. Which one did you build?
I built the I did the spike one. One of those is the spike one. The defense is this thing right here.
Oh, you did?
And then I also did the dead.
All right, we just gotta get more wood on there.
Could do maybe defensive spikes, defensive wall, the wall spikes, and your burn me too. I see that. Okay, what? I can't put this here. What the heck? Okay.
That's not good.
How do I build this thing if I can't put it there? Oh, I got a button. Ow! That thing hurts. Gotta watch out for that thing hurts.
Oh no, it does. That's the one that hit me. Remember?
Just smack me. I can't build the defensive spike wall thing. I don't know why. Okay, so how do I pick this thing back up? Yeah, do not walk underneath that thing. I caught a bunny.
Well, main thing is we got some of the trees cleared out so that way now we can actually see what's going on. We got a bunch of these like storage things saved up, which is good. Oh man, I'm trying to stretch.
Okay, I gotta start a wall.
The hell was that?
Yeah, we definitely need to chop down some more trees. I need food. I'm gonna go down and get cleaned up because
So you want to clean up on aisle 5?
I'm gonna go jump in this water.
The hell happened to all the wood? Oh man, it's a lot of work.
I'm making a wall. Ow, that hurt.
Wow.
Okay, we're gonna have to just chop down a bunch of trees because
Hmm.
is there a to-do list still?
Defenses.
There's defense. Oh, come on, man. I got a whole wall up there.
Oh, actual wall.
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta build each log at a time? Holy dear jeez. I think we just gotta build it around the house, bro.
You just gotta keep building.
Hmm. Okay.
Oh, the ramp's still here. Okay, cool. Oh, what the heck? Really? Can you die? Wow. Yeah, that thing's useless.
Um.
Can we cut this lady up and use her?
Yeah, we could. We definitely could. Is that what you want to do?
I'm trying to, but it's not working.
We won't let you cut her?
Nope.
Oh, not the lady in the boat, no.
I just chopped her up, but it didn't do no good.
Yeah.
The only bad thing about putting these defensive walls up, they could jump right over it. So
Really? Oh yeah, especially the ones that can hop. But man, the walls, man. This is gonna take forever to build.
yeah, it is.
Oh. Ah, Jita, thank you so much for the cheer bits. Oh my god, your cheers just remind me I had to eat. My character's gonna die. Oh no. Well, we take a big enough fence. Oh my gosh. Hey man, how's the forest going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. We're
keeping it open so we get down there
we're
easy.
epic noobs. Yeah, it's true. I was thinking we gotta build like doorways.
We see had doorways, but
I think they do. Oh yeah, we've been trying to hunt whatever we can.
okay.
What happened? Yeah, bow and arrows is actually a good idea. Yo, what's up with the yellow,
This fence is.
huh? 'Cause- 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 'cause-
This fence is gonna take forever.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yeah. All right, I need to eat. Shoot, I got no stamina. We ain't even got a bonfire? I thought we had a bonfire. We do down here.
There's a fire, just gotta get lit. I did have a slingshot at one time, but yeah, when he died, I lost it.
Here goes dark time again. Shoot. I'm trying to like look at different things, man. Screw this, bro. I'm skipping nighttime.
Yeah.
Can't do nighttime. It's too dark. Let me get some. I'm gonna go grab me a bottle of water real quick.
We got some food and pills to.
I don't know, man. Like, creation and starving system is far too severe. Like, I get it. Like, but even Sims don't go that fast. Like, it goes down way too quick. There's got to be something.
Yeah.
Maybe some kind of. I know we're in the beginning, and I'm sure there's some kind of like perk system or something, or like some kind of thing we can create to like lessen our hunger and thirst, because it's too much.
There are mods. We could probably do mods. If we had to.
Yeah, because this is I don't like it. It's kind of like that. Like what was it? I was playing Fallout. They have that like ultra realistic survival mod where like your hunger and thirst. It just all it does it just increases the difficulty of the game, I guess. But really, all of this is like a handicap. In real life, you're not gonna get hungry and thirsty that fast. And I know it's a video game, so we can't really compare it to real life. But man, it's too much. But what was it? I thought we had like a perk tree in this game, like a level up system or a skill tree. We don't have that.
Nope.
Seriously? Let's see. We get armor, cold armor. Oh, we do get cold armor, stealth armor, stamina, energy, health, hydration, blah 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 blah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't really go over anything else. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Did we go to sleep? Oh no, not yet. Thank you, Jim. Oh gosh. There we go, daytime. All right, let's get back out there. Yeah, it's a pretty huge fence. How do I sacrifice some of the white borders without all of them? Oh, it's divided. Okay, cool. So we could just build a wall and then eventually just we'll add doorways as we go.
What was that? What was he trying to kill?
Like an iguana, but I can't get it with this stupid thing. We're gonna build a spear.
Our trap fell down. What the? Did he kill some, maybe?
I have no idea.
Nope. We got a rabbit. Where'd you go? Okay, I do have some food. What are you doing with this stick?
I have no idea. I failed epically on this.
So, That is crazy. I've never seen something like that.
Yeah, this is my play and I'm sticking to it. Oh gosh.
I think so.
You did? Holy shit.
Yeah, I took. It had an option to take. Yeah, you can eat that because I ate some stuff already. If you find these like white white or blue flowers, you can pick them and you like. We gotta chop some trees down. Yeah, you have to go jump in that water. You still got blood in you. Got a bunch.
Oh, where's the blood or the... Where is the water at?
Thing attacking us.
That thing tried to flank us. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I heard him squilling. I'm like, oh, you got something behind you.
Right, right.
Oh, that tree, did it just land?
Yeah.
The tree just fell on me. That should have killed me. You dropping trees on my head. That's messed up.
I'm trying. Oh, God.
Okay, I lost the guy's legs. Where'd he go? Oh, there's an arm. Did his legs just get up and walk away?
Hmm?
His legs. Did you pick up his legs already?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was looking for, like, where'd they go? Did he just walk away?
Don't worry, Thomas. We're going to check it out, bro. Trust me. We got you, man. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Let me just get this tree real quick. Tree's going down.
Oh, I thought that was... You got a bunch of logs here.
Oh, yeah.
Just need about 9,000 more.
9,000 more. Let's go. What we need to do is get more players.
Maybe we do. A two-man crew in this game is a little hard.
It is. It is. You said it was mods for this on Steam?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they got some like pretty cool texture mods. That's what I'm wondering.
There's a bunch of mods. There's
Yeah.
hundreds of mods.
Let's take a look real quick while we're here.
There's some on Steam. There's also some on that the DB site, whatever it is. The mod DB.
Oh, okay, ModDB, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so we just gotta make sure the mods are compatible. I mean, I'm assuming Steam will be fine, but sometimes some of those other mods and different sites you gotta watch.
Yeah. There's some of the mods you can't trust.
Because I don't want any game mismatch, whatever the heck you call it, if we got different mods. Let me go inside the building real quick. I'm gonna check the Steam Workshop here real quick.
I'm sure they got some there too.
Yeah, let's see. Steam changed the way the game looks now. I hate it. Like, it's like hard to store page, find groups, guides, discussion, community hub. No, I'm not seeing anything.
There's no on Steam. What? Wow. I think there would be.
Second. All right, so we got the forest. Top 15 best forest mods you can't play without. Let's see. Ultimate cheats mod. No, we don't want that. Oh, they got a map. They got a map mod. That's interesting. Player upgrade points. Oh, that's cool. This mod introduces an RPG leveling element. Yeah, that's what I was just complaining about. They added
That's one thing for sure.
skip plane crash. The future of commercial aviation is a little bit shaky for this. Because, okay. Whenever you're jumping into a new game, you're forced to suffer through the trauma of the crash each time. No, we're not. Are we? There's easy building. Crafting yourself a home out of resources around you sure is an exhausting affair. Shelters are a requirement for your survival, blah, 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 blah. Time to work smarter, not harder. Here's a mod for you that cuts the necessary resources for all buildings literally in half. I guess that's kind of cool, because some of the things are kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, some more.
Tree respawn? I mean, it would be pretty disappointing if we couldn't find a tree-related mod for a game called The Forest.
Yeah. The trees just keep respawning out. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Day 22 spawn challenge. Sometimes you just want to hang out with some cannibals without having to worry about a smug, deformed freak strolling. Well, that's the one we just had to fight. Longer days and nights. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, and then we could sleep it off. I hate that it, like, not enough hours in your day, finding yourself running short of time. Yeah, because always the better blueprints. Holy smoke! Bigger backpack.
Yeah, there's some good ones in there.
Tides. If you're fascinated by changing tides, it doesn't change a whole lot in the game, and it doesn't make the game much easier, but it opens different parts of the games. Oh. Damage numbers? Nah. Holy mackerel, bro. There's quite a few, Dude, there's quite a few.
Yeah, there is.
Some of them I don't mind, like, I don't want anything like cheating or nothing, but I mean, some of them, like the day and night, yeah, absolutely. Maybe even cut it in half. I don't know, because like right now, let's say we wanted to craft like a house, right? So the house that we just built was, where the hell is it? Log cabin, 82 logs, right? So it'll be just cut in half with 40. That's not bad. I just don't know how if that would affect multiplayer though. you know?
I'm not almost got one side done.
Hmm?
Almost got one side gigantic fence done.
Yeah, here we go. So here's the ones that these people are doing. So yeah, the map, player upgrades. Active shadows? Lighting plays a crucial role in every game. Graphical realism to the game. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. In-game crosshair.
Oh, that's
FOV changer? Holy shoot. So many.
there are.
Let me check the Steam community here. Where are all the mods? Now they are on the mod API website, but soon you might get banned for it. Oh god. Well, that was back in 2016, so All right, here we go. A forest dedicated server? What? Well, I got a lighter in my hand. That's a really good question, Thomas. That's a really good question why you asked that. Absolutely.
Somewhere we got a thing coming in.
You got a what?
We got one of those things coming in.
Yeah. You know what, bro? This might be actually interesting. Hold on. How are we going to do this without breaking the game? Either way, we can reinstall it. More enemies mod. Holy crap. Custom enemy stats. Better mutants. Quick zoom. Difficult scaling.
Don't think you want better mutants.
New 25% longer days and nights. More crafting. Wow, there's a lot. Oh, they even got let Twitch chat control your game. This mod needs to be extended by other mods as on its own it's made to support multiple games. A forest Twitch. Longer lobby names and players in lobby. And more players in a lobby? Oh, that's cool. Decrease spawn rates of animals, suitcases, etc. Increases surface enemy spawns. Ouch. See the world from another point of view. Switch between two modes with the F5 key. Oh no, you can do third person. That's cool. I was like, what chicks have a lighter? Yeah, we're just lighting our way through things. Definitely. You know what, Jay? We gotta do this, bro. We need to pick some mods together because obviously we're gonna be playing the same. We'll just do a couple. Just to make the game better. I don't want anything like cheating. I mean, because we haven't really beat the game, you know?
Yeah.
I don't mind like the better shadows or like as much as I don't want to do this, I might even say the map. But we can go without it too. we have I mean, we played the game enough to kind of understand what's going on. At the same time, though, it's like if it will better the game for us, I'm down for it.
I think what we need is something like so we can see better at night, because that is ridiculous. It's so dark at night.
Yeah, well, I think with the longer days and night, that's gonna help a lot. Sure.
Yeah, because when we get to night, it's just we can't do nothing. We just might.
Right.
You can't see
Give me
like
1
2 feet
second.
in front of your face.
Hold on, guys.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
I'm still alive? Holy shoot.
Barely.
Oh, you been reviving me?
I had to revive you once.
Oh, okay. Man, my bad. I had to go I had to go run outside real quick. Holy crap, now I'm cold. I'm cold like my character. Whew.
You got thirsty and you passed out.
No. It's not that dark outside either, so that's not too bad.
And I'm super hungry.
Well, I still got the well, here, let's cook the legs real quick. What happened?
I destroyed my trap. I think that food is bad.
Whoopsie daisy. Oh man. Poor time. I just feel like we're torturing them. Okay, so let's think about some of the mods that we found, right? Which ones did you that interest you? Is there a way to do these easier? Like, can we get mod packs, or do we just gotta
I think the
download?
map would be a good idea. In the longer days, the nights probably be.
Okay, I don't want the cheat menu, obviously.
I think you're muted
Which-
on Discord again.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so what's the let me see, Champions of the Forest, a mod that changes the forest to an RPG game, features custom items, weapons, enemies, spells, stats, and more. Works in multiplayer, requires builder core and builder menu. Nah, I mean, I guess that sounds cool, but that kind of feels like we're trying to turn it into like Skyrim. What's this? With this mod, you are able to host and join a BAC protected server. I mean, we don't really join servers anyway. I guess that'd be pointless. Better blueprints. Quick interact, reverse, rotate, build everywhere. Custom blueprints, color, no anchor point limit, infinite zip line. I guess if you want to be like more custom, like with crafting, I guess, like with buildings and stuff. Full inventory. Fill all items or get one or many items. Nah. Sounds like it's cheating. This one's kind of interesting though. It turns the forest into an RPG game. Level up, upgrade your character to your playstyle. That seems kind of interesting.
Yeah, that one does.
That one gives us like a progression. All right, so let's do this together. Are you on the same site with me right now?
Which one?
Actually, I'm on a different one. This one's actually better. This is like the official site, I guess, where everybody was getting the mods. So when you go to this one, it's going to show you select popular mods and to add to your package. Oh, you can choose multiple. Nice. Okay. Are you ready? All right, so we're gonna highlight map. Then we're gonna highlight player upgrade points.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Okay, now the little like bubble with the exclamation mark in it, it actually describes the mod a little bit. We even got server mod like for tools for admin. So I mean, this is kind of cool. I guess like if we're hosting a server, we can like do miscellaneous things.
Mm-hmm.
Jump to the location you are looking at. What the heck?
a Twitch mod that lets your chat control your game? Oh, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, well, you already know I'm gonna try to add that. Okay, longer days and night. Yes. And then I'm hoping that when we sleep, it like still switches to day, but it gives us 25% more day or night, I think. Bigger backpack. Change item amount. Doesn't really describe much though. I don't know if that's cheating or not. I know we do.
So which ones did you want?
Okay, so far we're doing map,
Okay.
and then you're gonna scroll down to player upgrade points.
Okay, where's that?
It's just a little bit down. Are you on the page called Mod API Hub?
Yeah. Is that the one where you have little check marks you put into the boxes?
Yeah. Okay, cool. So when you're under the second mod should be map, right?
Yeah, the second one, yep. Okay, I see it. Player upgrade points,
Yeah.
okay.
8 down, player upgrade points, and then go down some more, do longer days and nights.
Okay, there's that one, okay. What's the sleep timer? What's that one?
I don't know. Sleep
Oh,
timer, you sleep anywhere in the world without building structure, so you just wherever you put the bed, I guess.
You can sleep anywhere without having to worry about that. That's kind of cheap, I think.
Yeah, never wait until you sleep again. It's just sleeping pills. What could go wrong? No sleep go down? Oh, so you don't have to like wait to go back to sleep. You can just do it whenever. Oh, we haven't had too many problems with that. I know there was like what, once or twice where we had to wait, but other than that though, it's
A flare machine gun, that's cheating for sure.
right. I like this one, FAR LOD. I'm gonna go ahead and click on that. That gives us more details in mid to long range distances.
Oh, cool.
MP cap remover. Host games with up to 32 players. Yep, you know I'm gonna click that, even though we don't have 32 people, but be nice to have. No auto aggression. What is that? Action system for different types of enemies. I'm not gonna worry about that. Inventory mod.
Adds a tank to the game. That's totally cheating.
Right. Shows memory and FPS allocated in game. Well, my FPS is already showing. I don't have to worry about the mem. I'm not worried about that, actually.
I'm gonna get somewhere safe so we don't get attacked. Yeah, we're getting attacked now.
Yeah, block focus attack. Blocks attacking when the game is out of focus. That's not bad. It's good for people with multiple monitors.
You might want to get somewhere safe.
Yeah.
We got monsters incoming. I'm gonna go in here.
It is safer in here, actually.
And they don't attack in here. At least I haven't seen them attack in here yet.
Nah, that's why they can't get in here. All right, let me look back at this real quick. All right, so you did FAR LOD and MP cap remover?
No, I didn't do the MP. Okay, there it is, okay.
What's this translation? It makes the white labels transparent, not brilliant, but at least you can see the text behind it. Like your strength. Wow, look at those guys out there.
25% longer days and nights.
Project Zero! Oh my god, thank you so much for that race! Alright, more enemies mod plus deluxe extra adds double the enemies to your world for a much greater challenge. You can barely do it now. Damage numbers. Which one?
Here's a good one. More crafting adds more crafting recipes to the game.
Yeah, we can do that one. Where'd you get that one?
That is right below, like 6 or 7 below the one you were just looking at. It's right below the Chinese chicken scratch name.
Oh, more crafting. I see it. Adds more crafting recipes. Okay, well, click that. I don't know what that Chinese one is. It doesn't tell us. 25% longer days and nights. This one has 51,000. The one we just did has 27,000. So obviously this one's better. Okay. HUD indicator of calorie. What the? Oh, upgrader. Okay, yeah. Let me get this chat stuff in for Twitch. Winter is coming. Let it snow. Let it snow. Can't hold it back anymore. Wow.
Yeah, we don't want that one. We found the snow area. We don't want that one.
Yeah. Removes the limit of logs on the ground. Yeah, you know what? Let's remove that because that is kind of stupid. How like I think it stops at 4.
Okay, where's that at?
Right above the chicken scratch.
More shortcuts, leopard, there.
Fix calories co-op client fixes a bug that has it in the co-op in survival mode. Only client host does not occur. Wait, what?
I'm not seeing that one.
Mod allows walls to have an adjustable height. Make some more adjustments in the future. No shadows. I'm supposed to learn from uni, but instead I'm doing it. Okay, grass settings. So grass settings are busted. Have a fix. I don't know. Building but better allows you to lock ghosts in place and reset their locations. Makes your light reliable. I think I'm gonna use that. Clarity sharpens your vision with while underwater. I'm gonna use it anyway, just so I can see. Market roofing, single player only. Okay, light the way. Makes the plastic torch a little more usable. Stair. An example mod for builder menu. I don't know. More shortcuts. 4 is just not enough. Adds a tank to the game. I'm done.
Yeah, I seen that one. Like, nope.
Decreases friction when using a shell. What the? Oh wait, what's this? Custom building blocks. Adds a lot of buildings to builder menu. Includes a toilet.
Oh, cool.
That's interesting. Enhanced flashlight along with more powerful rebreather and alter water blur. I can see Easter eggs not telling. Uh-oh. I think for the most part, I think we got everything pretty much set there pretty good, you know?
Third person?
Hey, what's going on there, Project Zero? By the way, Snow Zone co-op, because certain items, no spoilers. Wait, this is modded? Rule 1, with this, feel like it's going to need repairs. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's make sure we got the same ones checked. Alright, so top, you got map.
Okay. Map, yep.
Alright, then we're going to scroll down. Player upgrade points.
Yep.
Alright, scroll down. Longer days and nights.
Yep.
Alright, scroll down. Far LOD.
Yep.
MP cap remover.
Yep.
Scroll down. We're going to go down to custom building blocks. 66,000.
Okay. Custom enemies. Custom building blocks. Okay, I didn't have that one marked.
Alright, and we scroll down. We're going to do light the way.
Light the way, okay.
Scroll down. Clarity.
Clarity, okay.
Well, right below the chicken scratch, more crafting.
More crafting, okay.
Relialite. I read the description. Some of these are pretty beneficial. Not a lot, but they just slightly enhances the lighting, which this game is super dark, and I want it to be able to be seen better on stream.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Um,
saw that light one too. Like I was thinking about that one, but I was like, I'm gonna wait. How about third person?
yeah, I also clicked grass settings. Go ahead and click that, 40,000.
Okay.
Okay, scroll down, third person, like you said.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna do better grass settings. I think that's supposed to be better grass settings, but okay.
I think it is.
Um, we're gonna do the anti-log despawn.
Okay, we got that one.
I have advanced hosting checked just in case when I maybe do start hosting, but it's just I just checked it anyway.
Okay.
And then I checked the Twitch integration for the core and the bottom one, both of them, because I think we need both anyway for it to work.
Okay.
And that's it. Yep, that's it. I'm ready to hit download. But before we hit download package, well, yeah, we might as well download package. I think we need the first part, base package. Choose a game, base package, mod API. I think we need this. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and just download package first because I don't want it to mess up the. Okay, so it puts it onto a zip folder, which is good. All right, and then I'm gonna go ahead and download the.
Okay, what else do you have to download?
Oh shoot! I think we were supposed to click base package. All right, let me download it again, but this time I'll.
Base package, where's that at?
It's all the way in the top, number 2.
Oh, okay. It's checked already, looks like.
Okay, cool. Oh, yours was already checked. Okay, mine wasn't. I don't think.
So,
Oh, maybe we can't. Maybe we can't take it out. My bad.
extract it here. Do that again. Extract it here so I could.
We actually might have to quit the game.
Yeah, probably will.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and back out here real quick. It saves, right?
I think we have to save it.
Yeah, let's go inside real quick.
And your character's wearing a dress.
What the? How does he get a dress on?
You took over that lady?
I did?
Yeah. If you pick. After I killed her, or you could take the outfit from her.
Right, right. All right. I'll be right back. Did you save it?
Yeah, I saved it.
Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and try to do this here really quick. Exit to Windows. Yeah, why isn't that? There we go. All right, cool. All right.
Okay, so now, how do we do this?
All right, so more than likely, it seems like I just opened it. I think what I'm gonna do actually, I'm gonna take this out, drag out the folder, extract it real quick. Okay, so it creates a folder. It looks like it has its own executable file here. It's got its own resource directory. Mods is here. It looks like the mods have already been added, which is cool. All right, so it seems like this actually might be user friendly after all. Very simple. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this would be fun. I gotta find a game path. Where did I install? Where did I install Force? Jeez.
I know mine's in the Steam database, but yeah.
All right, let's go to Steam folder. Right. Oops. Steam folder. Steam Apps, common. Steam Apps, common. Why did it do that so many times? Forest right here, bam, and this should be the directory. So we're gonna open that. Wait a minute. Yeah, it should be this.
Okay, so it's not on this one, so I gotta go to my other drive. Okay.
Okay, everything's added, which is great. I see the mods over here, so I guess we just start ticking them one by one. Okay, hopefully we don't crash. Okay, hit start game. Oh, so you launched the game through this instead. Ooh. Great, let me try it. Should be loading up now. Yep, it did launch up.
There. What if this will actually kill our save though?
Huh?
What if we had to start over though?
Well, we'll find out.
Okay, start game.
All right, so it looks like it's gonna download the resources when you first launch. When I click multiplayer, continue. Nope, games is there. Perfect.
Oh, cool.
All right, let it do its thing. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty simple. Problem is, how the hell do we use the mods?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let that do its thing real quick.
Cool. Okay. We'll see.
Oh, okay, we gotta click the mods individually. Wow. All right, so while we're here, we have Control Shift F8, refresh, config, and connect.
Oh no.
This is a lot of work. I gotta go into the directory. Okay, hold on. I get it. I get what they're saying. It's not like rocket science, but it's just a little tedious. Okay. Mods. Hazard mods. Okay. Oh wow, you can change a lot of stuff here. Cool. Not gonna. I'm not. I don't want to interfere with none of that though. All right. So,
So I'm guessing if you enable the mods on your end, maybe I don't have to do it.
I don't know. I don't know. We're about to find out. I just do the same mods just to be safe.
Because I just went to multiplayer and it didn't pop up anything like that.
Right. Right.
Okay, let's try single player. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna check something out real quick here. See what it does. I didn't know there was 200%. Oh wow, cool. It does change a bunch of stuff. Oh wow, this looks so much better.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah, I just wanted to check and see what it looked like. Oh, it's way different. The grass looks real.
All right, let me go ahead and do the.
Oh, you can make a wall at the door now. Sweet. That's what we needed. A crane. Oh wow.
Hmm. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, you farted, Jay? Really? Oh, Thomas. That little farty him. All right, let's see what happens, bro. You ready? I'm scared.
What I seen from when I went into my single player one, it looks a lot better.
Oh, the single player? Yeah, I think single player is different from multiplayer. But how was the starting?
Same thing.
Oh, it was?
Yep. In a plane, you crash. But each time you crash, so I think you land in a different area. So, because this area is different than where I was at.
Holy crap. Bro, look outside.
Yeah, the grass looks so real.
What the? We're really in the jungle.
Yeah, the grass is almost taller than this. And this is the water where we need to go down to.
Oh my god, that's maybe this is a little too much grass?
It could be.
Hold on. Okay, maybe we got more settings and options. Hold on.
Oh yeah, you can change the
Oh,
grass.
grass density. Okay. Yeah, that was the new one added. Let's do high.
Grass is crazy.
Okay. I'm gonna do low, I'm gonna do very low just for a test. Same thing, but it just. Okay, you know what? Back on ultra. What was it? Um. Hmm. Oh, the grass settings saved something in a folder. I see. All right, which one did we do here? We did the.
We did both grass things, I think.
Hmm. The grass settings. So grass settings are. Adds 2 sliders to the pause menu to control distance and density of the grass. Oh, to the pause menu. Oh, I see. It's on the top up here. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and press escape and then look at the top right. You'll see grass settings. Grass distance. Holy shoot. Grass density. Grass height. 70%. I'm just going to test something real quick. This is going to be weird.
Oh, that didn't make much of a difference.
Okay, let me see something here. First of all, density needs to be down. Height needs to be down. Oh, we gotta click apply. Okay, now it looks normal. Okay, yeah, we can control the grass now. Alright, yep, so when you press escape, hit grass settings, choose the sliders however you want. I put the grass distance to 500 so pretty much we want max. Grass density, I think default was not 100%, but I think it was 20%. No, let me do 30% just to be safe. I don't know what the default is. Yeah, this looks kind of like back to normal, 30%. Kind of. Hold on, back in the woods. Nah, I think it needs to be just a little. I think the grass needs to be a little bit higher. So grass height, we're gonna do 50%. Yeah, this is how the game was. Yeah, that whatever max to the max. Woo!
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This looks like their original game now. It's kind of cool that we can control however we want. So I'm gonna bump this down to like 28%, 9%. Grass height, knock it down to like 40. There you go. Now we can see the logs in the ground. Yeah, everything looks back to normal again. Alright, that's not too bad. This is a lot to remember how to use all the mods, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, third person is going to be F5. Yep, there it goes. What the?
Oh, that's Yeah, that looks
Awkward. Yeah, we don't have a head. I don't have a head.
weird. Yeah. We're headless horsemen.
You know what it is because most first-person games, your body has a. Usually, there's like a sphere, and most games will remove the head so that way it doesn't like clip with the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, it doesn't.
It looks so weird. I can't do third person.
All right. Anti-log despawn. Wow. Um. Let me see something here.
It got dark so fast I can't see nothing.
But your head's missing. I know, right? Let me turn the lighter on. How's the lighter? Is it a little better?
It don't seem much better.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, I gotta make commands for the. Are you serious? Wow. So these are the register commands I can use for the chat. They can spawn enemies, do explosives, they can create item. Oh my god, this is a lot. I mean, this ain't that much of a work, but it's kind of a lot of work.
We still had a way to get rid of these things. The stubs.
I think I gotta do this at the main menu because it's like doesn't work out too well. Huh?
These stubs. Besides having to break them down, like, it'd be nice if they would just like despawn after we chop the tree down.
Oh yeah.
Because they get in the way sometimes.
Okay, so here's the better grass settings. Okay, so update, save load configs from the file, blah 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 blah. Have a key to open close menu. Default F11. Oh, this is like the same thing we did, but this one's different. Said this is in percent instead of in value. Same thing then. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, that one's hard. I use that one.
Oh, the F11?
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It was in the menu one. I just use that one. It's the same thing basically. Yeah, it makes the grass look crazy.
Yeah, I think the lighters are lighting a little bit more, I think. Okay, so we have F11, F8, F5, color torch. What is this? I don't know if we did this. Oh, wow, that's cool. Yeah, but I don't think we did that one. Relialite, I think we did this one. All right, is a super simple mod that changes the lighter in two primary ways. This mod is intended for experienced players who find their lighter going out randomly. Yeah, that's true. Frustrating rather than terrifying.
Yeah, it can be frustrating when the lighter just goes off. So how do we do that one? I want that one. I need food though. Do you have any food?
No, I gotta get some.
See how this works. Oh, that lights up a little more. Ooh, whoa. Just had a major leg spike.
That's not good. Oh, we can change the grass colors? Wow.
What? Okay.
I think I just died. Yep. Oopsie daisy.
Oh no.
That is
Okay, I need
very
some
true,
back to
Project
the
Zero.
weekend or
Very
something.
true indeed. Yes. Okay, yeah, so I mean the game definitely looks different. Yeah, this is perfect, dude. Like the game does look better. I hear something out there. Oh, what the? It's an iguana.
Where'd he go?
By the plane.
Where'd he go? Oh, there it is. Nope. Okay, it just disappeared.
Oh, I know a little glitch. Stay behind the items that you're building. You can see better in the dark.
Big dude coming.
Bro, we got a problem. Does he break the plane?
Don't think so. It's a big dude.
Come on, Jay.
He sounds vicious.
Oh, he sounds mad. I'm gonna. There's stuff on here to eat. Holy dude, jeez. Oh, his head is right there, bro. Looks angry.
You're still wearing the dress. Man, that'd be a lot of meat if you kill that thing. You'd be eating for days.
Got him. Oh, never mind.
I think that's one of the mods we should have done too, is the health bar thing for the enemies.
Oh yeah, that would have been kind of cool.
That way you know how many times you gotta hit him.
Jeez. He should be almost out now.
I would go flank him, but I don't think he will stay there then.
Got him. Oh, I love it up. He died? Oh, I killed him. Oh,
Kill him?
I killed him. And I leveled up or whatever that is. I don't know how we do the... Oh, wait. What's above our names there? The yellow bar. Oh, that's our level up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, hold on a second. How does this work? How do we know what we leveled up to?
Oh man, his big old booty sticking out there. Holy cow.
Wait, can we chop him up?
That's what I'm trying to do, and all I can see is that booty right in my face. Like, ew. Oh, he destroyed our house. Oh, man.
He did?
Yeah.
Dang.
I knew he destroyed something. I just didn't know what he destroyed, but yeah, destroyed the house.
The whole house was built right here. Where all the logs go. Jeez, we don't keep... Did he just one hit swipe that?
I think he did.
Alright, how do we check our I wanna check this mod real quick, just the last one to look up and we should be good. So we need to figure out how the leveling up was. Okay. Player upgrade. There we go.
Oh, this. Can we just do the small cabin for now?
What?
Should we just do the small cabin for now?
We could. Okay, so players gain experience points by leveling up. Destroying effigies, breaking one will grant random amounts of experience every player. The least experience you can get from doing it is 5, max is 30. Killing enemies, different enemies grant different amounts of experience. The stronger they are, the more XP you'll give. And experiences can be increased. One way to do so is quickly kill enemies one after another. This will add a massacre bonus. Wow. When a player gains enough experience points to level up, his experience is reset and his level increases. Upon leveling up, the player receives a point that can be spent. Stamina on attack, sprint speed, sprint. Oh, okay. Yeah. When a player reaches level 10, a completely new menu will be available from
Cool. So we can't chop this guy up. Okay. Oh, okay. I just chopped something out of him.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me see something. So if we go... All right, so right now we got to set up the fences, find a way to stay underwater longer, find a way into the sinkhole, find a missing pass. Oh, same thing. Okay, we have to press the P button for the leveling up, whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, cool. Stamina regen, health regen, hairspray fuel.
Wait, how the heck do I
Fall damage, jump height. Ooh, nice.
a hairspray fuel, stamina regen, health regen. Yeah, see, so it's like nothing crazy, but at least give you some slight. Like right now, fall damage is 100%, but it'll bump it down to 96.5. That's cool. Project Zero said we're gonna see baby mutants here shortly. All right, sprint stamina. You can run longer. It will help increase. Okay.
We had gear, but we lost it because we died.
Right.
He's saying that we need to get gear. Yeah, we had all kinds of gear, but
All right. It's kind of cool. For the house. That's messed up, dude. Oh. Was the resources cut in half for building?
no,
No?
I don't think we picked that mod.
Oh, shoot. I thought we did.
Yeah, we still gotta have 82 wood for that big one, so I just did the small one.
I think we could download it individually, I think. Damn, we do need that though. I don't want to keep stopping. Because what was it? Some of them are just a bit ridiculous, like in terms of like. I mean, we'll keep it this way, I guess. It'll kind of make us work for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that's why I didn't choose it. Oh.
Oh, what the?
Okay. Okay. Let's chop them up, Jay. Chop them up, man. Chop them up.
Okay, I think it's all chopped up.
Yeah. Damn, man, they ruined our house.
I wish I could burn this too. I could imagine what the bonfire heat would do.
Well, with him being a mutant, we probably can't really eat him, but we eat the other guys.
Only thing I was able to get off him, I got a. What was it? It was like an armor. He did give me an armor. Oh, what the? That head was like behind you.
Yeah, it's just a trophy.
Chop this head off. Oh, I can't throw it into the fire.
No. Oh, I think we got another one coming in. The heck is he doing to you?
I don't know what the heck he's trying to do. Come on, right over here. Come on. Come on. Right here. Come on. Right here. Got a present for you.
There you go. Yeah, we try to throw the head into the fire, but it doesn't want to cook. Well, let us cook it.
Come on. Ow. It burns, it burns.
What the heck?
We definitely need to get this wall built.
Yeah. It's definitely much needed.
Better.
Alright, so I installed the, well, I didn't install it, but I downloaded the... Hey, they're all here? He got a flashlight. Oh, that's just...
Uh-oh. That one's going to shoot fire at us. Yeah, we want to back up.
The cannibal is just smarter. Yes, they are. They are. You got a flashlight. Hell, I'm jealous. Like, I'm legit jealous.
We can get flashlights if we actually could find them. You need to switch your dress off, though.
Yeah, why the hell am I wearing a dress? Hold on, bro.
If you go to your inventory, you should be able to see a dress or an outfit to change. There you go.
Let me
That's
see.
it.
I look normal now? Are we good?
Yeah, you know. Yep. You don't look weird now.
Alright. Let's get these guys. You ready?
We're gonna go fight him, okay? Hey.
Oh, behind you, behind you. Oh, shoot.
They ganged up on me.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, I hate when we do that. Swing downwards, thank you.
No, who, what?
I hate when you swing sideways when you're trying to swing down.
Yeah, that is very true. Very true. Alright, well, we gotta cut up their bodies so that way we can get the,
Oh, there's another one. Hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Where you running? Where you running to? Where you going?
I scared him off.
Oh!
Any more?
Oh, gosh. That's how you do it. Alright. You said we're eating a fiesta tonight?
Yep, looks like it.
Jeez. We got food, now we got nothing to live in. Well, first thing we gotta do is build a house back again.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Well, there we have it.
Only bad thing with having this much food is going to go bad.
Yeah, true. Oh, dear jeez, what? We got another one? Oh, he's coming for you, Jay. Oh, he's scared now. He's like, oh, what happened to my homies? I don't want to join them. Oh, what the? Oh, behind us. Oh, he ganked me, bro. Oh, sneaky. That's what he was doing. He was smart. I'm down. Be careful.
Oh, wow. Wow. I tried to revive you and I got knocked down too.
Man, I guess we're for dinner tonight.
You cheated, man.
They did. They surely did. It's alright, we respawn this whatever people. What the? I'm down already? Oh, I'm back to level 1 again.
They took you out that fast? Wow.
Well, they are ganking up on us too. And I think when we spawn, I didn't have any health. Or food.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, that's how they're doing it. I don't have
What the heck?
I don't have a weapon.
I got this thing stuck in my... No. What the heck? Can you take this thing from me? I can't get rid of it.
Where's my backpacks? Like, what is it?
This pan I got stuck on my hand. I can't get rid of it. You got the dress again.
I can't grab it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I can't grab it.
Oh, I finally was able to drop it. Okay, that's weird.
Setting up near a cave is not the best plan, but it's helpful for an outpost. Yeah, true. Well, let's chop some wood. We had some of the fence building. And I guess we could
I got robbed. I couldn't get that axe thingy. Wow. Oh, there we go. I got it.
I think daytime is right around the corner anyway.
Okay, I got food cooking over here too if you need any.
I hope I don't hear one of those guys again. Alright, I'm gonna get some trees here. Yeah, we do need to make animal chat. Remember how we did when we first started? We were more like focused on survival. Now we're just... What the heck are we doing?
Yeah, I did make an animal trap.
Yeah.
That. Did you need any food by any chance?
Nah. Well, yeah, I will soon.
Because there's two legs cooking.
Okay. Oh, that's you. Shh. Yeah, I'll go ahead and eat one now before it gets spoiled.
Yeah, I kind of accidentally cooked too many. I don't know what happened. But
Yeah, kill the
crazy.
Kill the squirrel. How was that? Oh, that was you?
Yep, just chopped the tree down.
Okay. Area is looking a little clear, so at least we can actually see what's going on here. I like the spear. Yeah, there's a lot of wildlife, definitely. I would say birds are the easiest. We just gotta... yeah, I gotta build a spear. I forgot how to build a spear. Wasn't there a way to, like, craft... Oh, yeah, craft when we can see the weapons. We don't have to...
Yeah.
Traps and fence, furniture, custom building.
Spears, you have to do 2 wood together.
Yeah, but what else did I have to mix with it, though? Oh, just hover over it. Oh, okay, so we have...
Should be just 2 wood.
Oh, I'm doing branches. Duh. Oh, weak spear. I got one. Oh, that's why it won't let me build it.
Yeah, then you could just upgrade that to a strong spear. But you have to have...
Cloth, right? Yeah, just what that that one spear I had before. I gotta get some cloth. I forgot about that. Speaking of cloth, I gotta get it from this lady.
That just gives you the dress.
Well, that's all it does?
Yep.
Hmm. Okay. Alright, we gotta get the stamina back. Showtime. Oh gosh. Oh, bro, might need help. I don't think he's alone. Be careful.
Oh, well. See that? He's doing a headstand.
Nah, my screen? Nah, he's laying down.
Oh, my screen, he's doing a headstand.
Ah. I gotta get some health. Now we can do the right. Project Zero, do you play this game? I swear Project Zero has this game and Project Zero's not telling us.
Yeah, he probably does.
New animal discovery? Ooh.
Oh, dang it, I was gonna screenshot that, but
Aw, what happened?
he fell.
No. We're almost done with the log cabin at least. Need 3 more. Well, technically 1 more. I'm about to grab the other 2 here. We need one more big log. I'm coming in with the 2.
I just got the other one.
There it goes, all done.
How do we get rid of this thing? I want this thing out of here. It's gonna screw up this log here.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if we can get rid of those.
It's gonna screw up our fence here. What the heck? Oh, that was me. I scared myself.
Oh, did I really just cancel all that? Wow.
Oh, yeah, we need to go wash off this blood. Did you see that they made doors now too you could actually use?
Really?
Yep, you can create doors for like fences and windows and defenses and stuff.
I played this on PC Steam since launch. I said this in some rather helpful tips. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, you know what you're talking about. What's wrong with me? I don't know. Oh, God.
Okay, I'm gonna go for a dip in the water because I need to wash this blood off.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
You could jump from there, but it's gonna hurt. So it's better to go this way. Did you really jump in the water?
Yeah, to wash the blood off.
From here?
Yeah.
I would have missed to land on the rock. Someone's talented. Gee, I would have fell in the water and died.
Right?
Hit the rock and died. And why is my character wearing a sweater? And you're still wearing a dress. Oh, if you could just see your character, he looks so funny.
I can only maybe go F5. What? Oh, I got a head.
His head is huge.
Bro, why is it so huge?
He looks like an alien.
How am I standing on your screen? I feel like I'm standing weird.
He look funny. You look normal on my screen, but on your screen you look weird.
Oh, you see him on my screen?
He looked like his arms are like... It was a weird looking.
He's been working out, bro. Ah, man, look at my buff arm. Ah.
He's still buff, he can't even put his arms down. His arms are like sticking up in the
I
air.
think it's just because the dress is too tight.
Could be.
You know what we need? We need to make a bed real quick.
Is there beds? Did you get the defenses thing done? Nope. That's funny. I got defenses done on my single player mode, but on this one here, you can even get it done.
Yeah, right. We're struggling.
You got like half a
Zero said no comment. There's nothing wrong with having a big head, right?
Yeah. Now your head looks normal. What the heck? That was weird. Effigy. What the heck are those? Okay.
Here, get me in. So what I really meant to be asking you, Portic Zero, how is that computer? Houseboat is an option, right? Yo, houseboat actually sounds like a pretty good thing. I just thought about the houseboat. Remember we have the option with the
Yeah, I see the houseboat.
okay, so I mean, this is obviously what we're gonna always spawn when we die. So we should definitely make this a safe haven.
Yeah, for sure.
Now this huge wall around might be a little far-fetched, but I mean, it gives us room here to like do what we want. And it'll kind of keep the enemies off of us too.
And you could build more stuff like traps and stuff behind the wall if they get over the wall somehow.
Yeah.
Or if that one big dude comes by again and destroys our wall.
Alright, here's what we're gonna do, because we do have a save option here, I think, right? Yep. Save. Save that up. And then here's what I'm gonna do, Jake. Go ahead and save real quick. I'm gonna rehost the server, but this time I'm gonna do it with the faster building. So we're not sitting here all day with. Like, I don't mind building. I'm not trying to be like Ark. Tame a dinosaur for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I don't want to kill the immersion either. I mean, okay. So if we look at the crafting, what is it that's actually a lot of materials? Let's see, 9 logs.
Some of the stuff, the houseboat's got 40 logs.
Damn, 40. And that's not counting rope and sticks. Well, the logs ain't bad. 57 for a large raft.
That rabbit trap is 31, which is kind of crazy.
Man, you know what? Yeah, screw that. All right. Did you save it?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to go ahead and put it in just in case to be safe. I think with me hosting, I think it's on me anyway. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works.
Treehouse is 35. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's huge.
Yeah. Okay, so go to that site, right? Wait, how did you launch your game? Did you launch the original launcher or the new launcher?
With the new launcher.
Okay, so you were able to do it.
Yeah, so I think I might have to actually.
You know, with the
Use that.
fire axe, it would be like nothing getting all the wood. Really? You know, we could build a fire axe.
Yeah, you could. You have to have rags though. We gotta go find some rags. So we want the. Which one do we want?
I think it's let me double check. Hold on. It's going to be called Easy Building.
Easy building. Okay. Put that. Download that. And we gotta go find rags. And we have to go to the enemy territory usually to get rags.
Hmm. All right. Oh, we could find a fire axe too.
How do you find that?
Okay, and then when you did you download the mod?
Yeah.
Okay, open up your mod API file folder, and then go to the mods folder, and then click the forest, and then just throw the mod in there, and then launch the exe again. We should be good.
The game version could not be detected. Your game data seems to be modified outside the mod. What? No, it wasn't.
Oh, Jay, what did you do? Make sure you're not launching the original.
Okay, so we just want the easy build. What's the ultimate cheat? Why did that download that one for?
No, don't download that. No. That might be. Why'd you get that one?
It just downloaded that too with the other one.
No, yeah, no, it should have. You might have clicked it by accident.
Okay, File Explorer.
There's a chainsaw in the game? Oh yeah, duh. The picture was. I remember the chainsaw. Yeah. You get 500 wood. Nice.
Okay, so where do we put these at? Hazards mods.
Just make sure you check everything. Make sure everything's checked before you hit start game. All right.
Okay, so where do you put the mod at?
Huh? Oh, and okay, open up the folder with the new exe. You have the folder, right? Or the last exe you just launched.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a mods folder inside. Just place it in there.
Okay, there's a mods folder, then it has hazards mod, and then it has logs.
No, you're in the wrong area. You're in the actual directory. You don't want to modify the original directory. That's probably why it's saying you modified the game. Yeah, you don't want to do that. So the exe that you used to launch the game with the mods, should have been the mod API folder.
Okay, go back up. Because I launched it with the mod API last time, and okay, there we go. That's working now.
Okay. Believe it or not, this game was not too hard to modify. I mean, GTA is even more of a pain in the butt cheeks with that, because you gotta open up the image file, then you gotta go through subcategories inside the image file, then you have to edit the file, and then you gotta make sure the values are correct, because if it's off way too much, it likes to be weird.
Yeah. I don't know. I have never done it. I want that map though. Still.
Right. Look at that, 32 players. That's amazing. Imagine the lag.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Where'd you go?
I had to restore the files because for some reason it's saying that I screwed it up. Even though I didn't, I just launched the thing again.
Oh, yeah, you were in the actual root directory of the actual game. Yeah, you don't want to ever modify that, because if not, you're gonna have to reinstall the game. You can try verifying the cache. Sometimes that might help, or verifying the game with the Steam integrity with Steam, but
Yeah, this thing had me re-verify the files, I guess, or something. Gaming libraries. Okay, now it's okay, easy build. Start game. I hope I didn't lose the other mods because that would suck.
Well, when you launched it, it should have showed all the mods on the left side.
It just shows that one when I just downloaded.
Bro, what did you do to your game? Alright, so when I opened up mine, all my mods were still there. And then when I downloaded the new mod, I hope you didn't like open up a whole new directory of the mod directory. I just downloaded the file individually myself.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
Yeah. Okay, so where's the old folder that you had prior to before we launched that? Well, either way, if it works, it works. Just go ahead and you said you launched it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Let's try it.
Doesn't make no sense. So if you only got one mod,
Yeah, that's the only thing I showed up, and I just downloaded the exact same, the same
yeah,
area.
you don't want to download all of them again. Okay, so where did you? Okay, so when we first download everything, where did you put that folder? Where is that folder at?
I downloaded the exact same place. It was on my C drive. Or my E drive.
All right, the first time we downloaded, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when we went through the checklist and we went together with it. All right, so that folder, go to the mods folder in that folder.
Let's see if this one.
Because it sounds like you're in the wrong directory. I think you're like looking into a new one. All right, Project Zero, get some rest. Get some rest. Yes, definitely get some rest. I'm gonna be doing the same thing here shortly. Actually, I'm getting tired. Thank you, though. Chat mods off, so I don't do this.
Okay. Let's see. Nope, I lost all my mods. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, sounds like you did something wrong. Yeah, I don't know what you did, bro. I don't know. Like, you should still have that folder somewhere unless you deleted it.
Yeah, I still got it.
So when you open it up in the mods folder, there's no mods in there, just one.
Okay, so I have the last one I just did, which is the easy building. And then I have the other one. Okay, so let's just add.
Yeah, so it sounds like you downloaded two packages. That's why you're launching the new package that you did, not the older one. So do the original one. Just drag and drop the easy building mod into the first one we did, into that mods folder. You should see a list.
Okay, I got it. I got it figured out now.
Okay.
Mods, forest, the other one.
You see a whole bunch now?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
And you wanted to mod your map for GTA? You know, this is kind of like a similar step, right?
Well, I downloaded it, but I didn't drag it into the other folder.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. I was wondering, I'm like, how'd you screw it up? Like, I couldn't figure it out. I'm like,
Yeah, I have all my downloads going straight to the downloads folder, and it was in there, and I just didn't put it in the other one. Why does it have to validate the stupid Steam files? It's in there.
I feel what Project Zero's saying though. The power napping. Honestly, I power nap so much because like I never sleep full. Like right now, it's 4 in the morning. I gotta get up in like less than 3 hours. That's gonna be my little power nap, and then I gotta get up, do everything I gotta do throughout the day. I'll probably take a power nap after I pick up the little one from school. And depending on how my power naps are, it's whether or not I stream in the evening. If not, I just stream real late at night after I rest.
Yeah, some days I have to actually do that too because sometimes I don't get very much sleep because either playing games really late or...
Yeah, weirdly, I haven't really been on games. Like, I mean, I have, but not really. Like actually paying attention to a game and actually focusing on it consistently, not for a long time. I'm always multitasking. Like while I'm on the game, I'm doing something else. Like I'm not just I don't know. Like I don't just game anymore. Like unless I'm streaming, I'm gaming, but then that's it. Let me get you another invite real quick.
Yeah, I got the invite here. I'm just waiting for it to launch. There you go.
But yeah, those power naps suck, man, because you get just comfortable and then you're just like, oh, I gotta get up.
Yeah, I know.
You know, like I know I've been promising for us for a long time, so I'm like, you know what, let me do this. I was gonna only do 2 hours today, but now I'm looking, it's been 4, so I'm like, at least I hit my goal. My goal was 4 hours.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, like earlier too, when you were doing that whole thing.
oh my god, yeah, and that wears you out too, bro. That's like, it's like mentally like exhausting.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah.
I
Well, no,
would
you wouldn't have to do that part. I mean, that's. Hey, what the hell? Oh, I gotta fix the game now. All right, well,
The grass is completely gone.
yeah, what happened to the grass?
It's all flat.
Press F11 and then hit apply. But we were actually just seeing the original game. That's how I looked originally. What the hell?
Flat grass is normal. Like
Yeah.
it was.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I had to fix mine by pressing F11 and just click apply. Okay, so the plane is here. So let's say we want to build something. Let's take a look.
Did you get all the stuff back on the plane again? Yeah, we did. Wow, cool. It respawns every time you log out and come back in. Sweet.
Really? All the stuff in the plane?
Yep, you could farm this stuff like crazy.
True.
I can't pick nothing more up though.
Right. Like how you pick up the stuff, but then I can still get it too. Like,
Yeah, it's crazy.
oh, these are painkillers. That's right. These give you health, right? Yeah, restores health. Okay,
I gotta put some away because I'm full. Oh no, we don't have our. We gotta build a couple of those shelves.
Yeah, that is true.
We lost our shelves that we had.
No, they had a bunch of stuff on it too.
Yeah, we did. We had all kinds of food and the sodas and all kinds of stuff.
Wow. Okay. Well, in that case, chop chop. Stamina back here real quick.
I wish the bigger trees would actually give me more logs.
Right.
So chopping a tree down, you get XP too. Nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you do. You get XP by just doing things, which is sweet because that was one of the biggest problems. All right, so let's say we want to build something. I don't know.
You know what we should do before we start building too much, though? We should go get some of the stuff that we actually need, like the rags and
Yeah, I think before we head out and do anything like crazy, we'll probably have to save her for another session. I don't want to be like stuck out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
The hell is all this? Oh, let's put these in the these in here. That way we'll come back to building these, which is good.
Is that it?
Okay. I think we have... We can't destroy these anymore? No.
Yeah, I just tried it. Sometimes they actually respawn items, but...
Yeah, so the game still feels kind of the same. Just we just have control over some of the textures and we just enhance a lot of things. So, I mean, I don't think we're gonna... It should be the same. We'll be fine. Sometimes mods can scare me because sometimes I'll make the game too easy, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
People like that cheat menu. I don't want that. I mean, yeah, we beat the game all the way and we want to joke around and spawn enemies. Yeah, that's cool, but this is like our first time, and I don't want to kill it.
You don't want to kill the immersion. But yeah, later on we can always try some of those other mods, that, like the harder enemies and stuff like that. To
Yeah.
beat the game first. So
Right, I gotta get this Twitch thing set up because I think that'd be kind of cool. Like I can have like the viewers like spawn me something, kind of go with me or against me.
yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be cool. But it's, man, I gotta set that up one by one. That's
Be like spawned out like big huge boot dude.
right. Well, it's nice that it's a thing. Yeah, because I'm looking at it here. Let me see. Yeah, so like they'll be able to do like the fireman, fat man. They can create an item, add item, equipped item, kill enemy if they want to. I don't know what enemy is. They can remove item, set the time, make me jump. Don't know what eat is. Build, sit, energy, cure, infect, heal, thirst, strength, feed, hunger, and burn. Okay.
Yeah,
Oops.
that sounds cool. Yeet. You probably just like go flying through the air or something. Make you tired, so that make you like lose stamina, probably.
Heck
So
yeah.
make you fall.
Well, how about this? We got the mods going. I think we're good. Honestly, I do got to get up in a couple hours. I think I'm going to get some rest. Because if I don't, I'm going to regret it. I know for that for a fact. But at least we got 4 hours in. I know most of it was kind of getting these new things at it. But honestly, I think this is going to make the game much better. The only thing I'm worried about is mobile. If I play mobile. How's that going to work? If it was through a Steam Workshop, then it would, but because it's not, I might not be able to. Oh,
That rock is floating. Look at that.
yeah, that's good. It's very good.
Magic rock.
Yeah.
You're still wearing that dress.
Right, right. All right, Jay. Well, hope you had fun in the forest, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Make sure your mic's working for GTA 5.
Yeah, I think it's working now. I think it's
Yeah,
good.
that Tokyo VoIP's a little confusing for a lot of people, especially if you don't use TeamSpeak. Even for me, my first time going on a browse, like, oh, the Tokyo VoIP, I'm like, I never heard of that before. So like, I was reading on it and it sounded great, but then at the same time, I'm like, oh, I love Discord, you know. But no matter what, though, you have to use TeamSpeak anyway if you're playing on game servers anyway, because most of the time that's where like radio comms is used. Discord doesn't really have some of the features that TeamSpeak does. Kind of like how you can't connect Discord to GTA Talk. Like, it doesn't work that way. But TeamSpeak has that availability. Like, it allows that to happen.
I think I got my radio set up. I just don't know how to use it yet. So
Yeah. Well, you have to get a radio in game, Once you get a radio, you'll have to set the frequency you want, and then when you speak over with the K button or with your whatever hotkey you set, that's gonna be, you'll speak through that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the radio for the police is different because their channels are encrypted, meaning not everybody can't listen in on it. Obviously, it makes sense if they shouldn't be able to. But regular channels, you can choose, I think, like over thousands of channels. So you just have to choose whatever one you want, and then, you know, just, you still gotta watch what you say on there because somebody could try to hack and try to find out what frequency you're on and listen in on you, you know. But there's so many channels to choose from that it's really hard unless somebody really sits there all day and try to find out what channel you're on.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, I think it said there's like thousands and thousands, like tens of thousands of channels or something on there.
Yeah, you'll literally be able to choose the frequency however you want, which is kind of cool, you know. All right, guys. Well, you know what? That's going to be it for the fours. I hope you guys really did enjoy. I'm going to go ahead and head up out of here. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have a great night, and I'll see you guys in the next broadcast. See you then. Bye. Yeah, that's very true, bro. Very true.
I don't know how to get a radio.
I don't know. I never bought it anywhere, honestly, except I get it from the PD. So I know it costs $500 for me. I think you can get it at you could check at maybe at the store.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% though.
I don't know where they'd be at.
Right. Yeah, because I honestly have no idea.
There's a lot of things in there. That server, I have no clue where to find it at, where to go, what to do.
Yeah, the server is very different, bro. Honestly, what I like about it, they don't copycat other servers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a few things, because I mean, what server does it? You know what I'm saying? But what's great about this server is that they rearrange things how they want to. They run their own thing, bro. Like, they don't just grab scripts online and just use it and that's it. Like, they modify things to their liking and to their doing, and they have a lot of custom things, bro. Like, the server is great. It just needs to hold player base. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it can hold a full server at all times, maybe we can have a possible whitelisted server, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, that's one thing I really want. Because honestly, it's not bad. We don't really get like Mr. Cleans or people coming in rule breaking. Sometimes we do. But trust me, ever since the Tokyo Void, barely. So already this was kind of like an answer. You know, we don't have people coming in just trolling. Because without it, we had people come in with like the original default guy, the bald guy. And they didn't care. They're not on the server. They're just under the troll. Maybe run over a few people, get kicked or banned. Why would they care? You know?
Yep.
It was annoying. Or they'll come in, ask stupid questions, or they'll come in and just hack the server. Honestly, I don't think I remember the last time someone hacked the server, so it's kind of nice, you know? Because now they don't want to hack the server, because think about it, when you're connected, you're on TeamSpeak, and TeamSpeak shows your player ID when you're in game. Also, the admins, if they really want to, they can do IP logging, so they can track the hacker down, and they don't want to go, the hackers don't want to deal with that, so they don't touch Tokyo VoIP servers.
Yeah.
So that's one good thing. So it saves the server from going completely whitelist, but it also eliminates all the headaches and hassles that we were having. You know, they put the server size to 50 because they're working on optimizing it to make it better for higher slots. Right now you can do, I think, 1,024 slots. That's the max for 5M. But you know, let's be real here. There's a lot of issues when you go that high.
There's issues now.
Yeah, there's issues now. So just imagine, it's crazy. It is crazy. Oh boy.
Spawn out of nowhere.